Good evening to everybody. I'm Lorenzo Terranova. I'm the moderator of this event, a conference that will see the participation of some speakers that will be speaking from the Istituto Surso di Roma. Other speakers will be connected remotely. The meeting will be divided into 4 sections. They aim to define and spot some aspects about a relevant issue that is so-called the hidden VAT, V80. Actually, the more formal title is how the neutrality of VAT impact the health system, Italian health systems, in terms of some distortions that can trigger. Why this event and why we wanted to have this event right now? There are two aspects I would like to highlight. The first one is that the European Commission is pretty structurally considering upon, thinking upon this issue that it's rather complex and which its changes and reforms need to be carefully evaluated. But at the same time is a topic, and we have to highlight it, that it must be contextualized, because the topic of the VAT has been addressed back to the 70s, the reforms that took place back in the 70s, over 50 years ago. On the other side, on the other hand, the other element means that the Italian healthcare service system was born at the end of the 70s. I can recall the reforms that was back to the 1978. Therefore, we have two contexts of the institutional context that are completely different compared to today, compared to the past when they were born. Let's think about in the healthcare system, what does it mean, a diagnostic investigation, research that can be carried out today compared to the past, back to the 80s. So it's clear that we are facing some radical changes of the context on which that is applied. So it's another aspect we would like to take into account, is that back in the 70s, in the 80s, the relation between the cost paid within the hospitals and outside hospital were about 70%. Therefore, it was referring to the cost held within the hospital and 30% outside the hospital. Today, we have a situation where this relation is upside down. It means that we have 20% take place, this cost takes place in the hospital and 80% outside the hospital. Therefore, this needs suggests us that we need that new stimulus and new changes had to occur. So the neutrality, the VAT neutrality, and the choice by the legislator to adopt, how can I say, an approach that is perfectly justifiable, but the public body, as well as other bodies that at that time paid that, this was a factor that in the past was justified. And then you will see the next speakers they will go deeper in this topic. But this is really a topic that we should highlight. Another aspect that we should dwell upon is another issue, and is the issue which covers the stimulus triggered by PNR, NRRP, National Recovery and Resilience Fund. So we are in a period where there are huge investment into into technologies. And then new investments are required for the technological parks, and further investments are required for medical, digital medicine. And it's clear and natural that such investments imply some effects that they have to be taken into account. And those effects they have to be deeply evaluated, because we have to really assess if that is really neutral or not. Therefore, all these issues have to be considered and highlighted. Therefore, within this context, where huge changes are taking place, deep changes are taking place, we need to have a consideration, and this consideration needs to have a more broader approach. It should be an approach that for some types of goods, wealth, assets like the health, public education, primary education, or if we want some areas of the justice system, maintaining or keeping that neutrality can have some distributive effects. So the questions we are posing, and that maybe that in the field of the health system is more evident. So the question is if the use of V80 better than analysis of the neutrality of hidden VAT might be a further point to be analyzed, so that the merit goods can be guaranteed as the health, and health is a merit good. So these are the main objectives that we will try to target within this conference. As you will see from the program, we will have 4 different sections. The first, in the first section, we will have some speakers from the speakers of Professor Biondi, Professor Bianchi, and we'll hinge upon how hidden VAT will be addressed, which are the criticalities, and at the same time, the same definitions of hidden VAT. Following remarks will be Milena Piasente, and she will introduce new topics that are at the European level. I remind you, this is not just a topic, an issue that can be addressed at the national level. It should be standardized and faced at the European level. And then we will have a more structural remarks from Professor Di Pietro. He will get in the merit of the declination of the European legislation and norms and rules. And then we have the analysis of the impacts onto the Italian health system. And then we have the remarks of Professor Tiziana Frittelli. She's the president of general manager of the hospital San Giovanni Addolorata in Rome, and a president of Feder Sanità ANCI. So she will address the point of view from the producers. And then we will have a break. And then we will, other 2 sessions will follow. The third section will be extremely interesting because we will have some witnesses, some some European speakers, and in particular from the European Commission, Patrice Pillet. Then we will see the Swedish case and Portuguese case also. And the last session will be, we will suggest all the new indications. We will try to find new proposals. Then Professor Franzini will dwell upon two aspects: the macroeconomic impact as well as the redistributionary impact. And Professor Ramponi, we will try to sum up between what occurred from the setup of that back on time and today, and how the needs have been changed throughout time, and the needs for new reforms. And the last remarks will be by Professor Patrizia Toia from the European Parliament, and she will focus on some new proposals that can be drafted at the European level. And then we will have a debate. Then I do encourage you to whoever likes to raise his hand and participate, please go ahead through your app. And a last point that I would like to highlight, and of course I would like to thank Professor the Istituto Sturzo, who is hosting us, and also for the interpretation for the non-Italian speakers. Now I would like to give the floor to Professoressa Biondi and Professor Bianchi on the topic hidden debt and the definitions and proposal for the overcoming of it. Who would like to start first?
Good afternoon, everybody. The first slide has a few ideas or a few suggestions. We see the pictures of two motorbikes. We have Aprilia that won a lot of races, and Carelli, which is less renowned. I wanted to introduce these two pictures because in the 1990s, I visited both manufacturers, Aprilia and Carelli. They were both manufacturing motorbikes, but the way they manufactured them was different. I checked Aprilia and I was wondering where the factory was. Engines were produced in Austria. There was design somewhere else. The full production was broken down into a number of phases. In Garelli, they had in-house production of bolts, and the way they manufactured bikes was different, and value-added tax allowed them to manage the various way of completing the production of the motorbike in a completely different way. One can be termed VAT neutrality, which is also the title of today's seminar, is as follows. The first directive introducing VAT 67/227 EC envisages need to set up a common market based on competition. The achievement of that objective required legislation on consumer taxes without hampering the free circulation of goods and services. Therefore, removing the cascade levy system. So in the field of exemption, this refers me back to the cascade taxation. For the system to be as simple as possible, and for easy levy, in order to embrace all production and distribution system, neutrality was introduced. And the first directive says that neutrality needs to allow the same tax burden on all goods, irrespective of the length of a supply chain and distribution chain. This is, I think, what we visibly see in the two motorbikes of the first slide. Article 2 of the directive talks about implementing a general consumer tax on all goods and services on a pro rata basis, independent, irrespective of the number of productions, subject to the deduction of VAT that was charged for the production of various components. So, to make a long story short, VAT is paid by ordinary consumers and consumers when they go to buy a car, bread, or any service. We as consumers have never had a direct relationship with the VAT office. Manufacturers are those who actually pay VAT, which they collected from the end customers. And per se, this is a merely financial transaction. With the sixth directive, mention is made of VAT neutrality, and they introduce a list of exemptions for all member states. And there is also an invitation to harmonize deductions. Exemptions were governed by the then Article 13. Now it's 132. 135 is the new wording of 2006, and they talk about exemptions of two public activities plus additional exemptions concerning more healthcare aspect, which we are concerned with today. Although the scope is wider, so letter B, hospitalization of medical care, and letter C, paramedical sector as defined by the countries concerned. And these are other minor aspects. The central aspect for neutrality is the right to deduction. Second paragraph says that to the extent that goods and services are used for transactions subject to VAT, there's this right to deduction. Regarding exemptions, exemptions have a different purpose. Social exemptions are intended for society as a whole, so they need to reduce the cost of such sectors as education, university, healthcare, and social workers. And there are also other technical aspects to be concerned. Let's think about the banking and insurance sectors. At that time, in the 1970s, taxing an interest on small amount was unthinkable. Exemption was thought of as a waiver of this general scope of the tax. It was VAT on the purchase of goods and services, and this waiver actually recreated the cascade effect of direct taxation that were the legislators in the EU wanted to abolish. So the European Commission's idea defined this as a hidden VAT in a document that concerned the mail service, post and telecommunications. This also concerns other sectors, not merely mail sector, but also education. So the difference between business to business and business to consumers. So generally, B2B, there's opportunity to deduct VAT, but this is not true for end consumers. When there's this hidden VAT, there's a higher burden lying heavy on the shoulders of consumers, of the end consumers. Now, since extensions were thought of as a benefit, they were and are still compulsory. You cannot have an exempt healthcare service as envisaged by legislation. It's impossible not to exempt it, rather. This exemption, this compulsory exemption was based on the fact that the service was considered a benefit of exemption. As a matter of fact, we saw that many attempts were made to escape from this assumed benefit. And this is a semantic aspect that need to be considered. When you say you're exempted, would you want more? As a matter of fact, you don't realize that through this impossible deduction of VAT on purchases, you create this hidden VAT, which recreates the cascade effect of indirect taxes, which the legislation wanted to remove. This was meaningful in the 1970s when hospitals had a low level of technology and operated based on a system of assets that already existed, especially real estate properties. Now the situation has completely changed today when huge investments are required in the technology sector, investments which are not made or are hampered by this high cost due to VAT. So the exemption lost its nature as a benefit. We need to be clear. Exemption is always a benefit as opposed to full VAT rates. If you charge full VAT, so non-deductible VAT at purchase level, that's the same as adding VAT on the total. Now, for social reasons, the case talks about this. Reduced VAT is a lower benefit as opposed to exemption. As a matter of fact, the incidence of hidden VAT is higher than the incidence of reduced VAT rate. So that's the need to intervene. There's a need to intervene in this respect. Another aspect will be discussed by our lawyer, Mr. Piacente, because hidden VAT affects both taxpayers who are exempt from VAT and affect taxpayers that are outside the scope of VAT. Let us show them the slides, which graphically shows OECD data on healthcare expenditure in the various countries, its incidence on the GDP. Then we see, we cannot see, but we can imagine the components. This slide is really interesting. The healthcare system that were mentioned by the speaker who preceded me. He mentioned the way the Italian healthcare system was created in Italy. Basically, Europe is characterized by strong healthcare sector, which is comprised of two systems, the Bismarckian and the Bavarian systems, the national systems, as they were created in the UK, Italy, Spain, etc., are systems that are paid for by the government, and normally activity based on Article 13 of the Directive is outside the scope of VAT, which implies the impossibility to deduct VAT. So whether you have a system of exemption of VAT, this doesn't change, which is typical of a private production of the healthcare sector, even if it's paid for by the public sector. On the other hand, there are countries that have a Bismarckian structure of compulsory insurance, in particular France and Germany. They have that type of system. Now, this is an important aspect because while at this time, but we'll talk about this in the next sessions, there's a speech by Mr. Pillet. The Commission is working on the revised version of legislation in the banking sector, in banking and insurance sectors. Banks and insurance companies are subject to VAT. By contrast, in the healthcare sector, especially national healthcare services, in the beverage system, the bulk is not VAT exempt, but falls outside the VAT scope. If this is a solution, this is a solution that needs to change the current situation. This slide that we see is really interesting because we see that while considering that public financing covers a percentage of the total expenditure. This expenditures is divided differently between hospital expenditure, pharmaceuticals, dentistry. You know that for dentists, we pay out of our pockets. So there's a full set number of ways of managing expenditures. They need to be balanced based on the individual activities that are carried out. I think I have finished the time that was assigned to me. Perhaps now Elisabetta has the floor, and then I will resume. Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the Institute Luigi Sturzo hosting us. I also thank the other speakers. As was said so far, currently we are facing a benefit that was conceived as a benefit with the purpose of easing general interest activities in member states. But this benefit is no longer has of a nature as benefit for the developments that we have observed so far. It is well known that in the European Union, tax legislation requires unanimity for its approval. Now, it is clear that every amendment requires balance, negotiations, and negotiations are complex. However, the time is ripe. We are at the right time to think about a few of these benefits which have evolved with the economic sector evolution. We need to understand whether these benefits can reacquire the nature as benefit. It looks like a pun, but it is true. How come it's the right time to intervene? Both in the European Union and at national level, the taxation system is supposed to undergo a number of changes. Internally, changes relate to the European Next Generation EU program that requires a radical change of internal taxation system. On the other hand, on the 7th of December 2021, the Council has reached an agreement that has been submitted to the Parliament to revise the VAT Directive on reduced VAT rates. At this time of change, both in the harmonized legislation and national legislation, we found it appropriate to start to think about the problem of hidden VAT in a few key sectors, including the healthcare system. We wanted to identify a number of solutions to be adopted at this time of European and national change. Let's start from the EU level. The agreement that was signed last December involves a change in the reduced harmonized VAT rates so as to provide more flexibility to member states. At this time, they have limited leeway, indeed. The other purpose is to extend VAT neutrality in terms of equal treatment between member states. Obviously, both standstill clauses and derogation obtained by member states as opposed to harmonized legislation created distortions. This agreement changed this. Basically, all member states will have more or less the same leeway, the same margin of action in terms of reduced VAT rates. This will obviate a number of distortions. In particular, Article 98 of the Directive should be amended for member states to apply to reduce rates above 5%. So 5% is the minimum as taxable base between transfer and purchase of services. But of course, we'll clarify this in which way this will be innovative and reduce the rate below 5% and an exemption with the right to deduction for VAT paid in the previous phase. Between transfer of goods and provision of services, which can be added in VAT, in reduced VAT not below 5% and in reduced rate below 5%, and in exemption to the right of deduction of VAT paid in the previous phase, Well, these include points 3 and 4 of Annex 3. There are other points that could be of interest for the healthcare system, but those I will concentrate on are these 2 points, namely pharmaceutical products used for medical and vet use, including products for contraception and for female hygiene, including diapers. Mr. Bianchi referred to another aspects. These include equipment, devices, articles, auxiliary materials, medical equipment, protection equipment, normally for healthcare and for use with persons with disabilities. Essential goods to compensate for disabilities and the adaptation, repair, hiring and lease of these goods. Clearly, the addition of this number 4, which is revises current paragraph, can add a number of investments in high-tech materials mentioned, to which was made by Mr. Bianchi, which materials which can be added in Italy and these materials could benefit from these reduced VAT rates. Let's make also an evaluation from the point of view of tax policy. As said by Mr. Bianchi, exemption continues to be a benefit, although you have to consider hidden VAT when the VAT exceeds the cost of VAT included in the price. But if you can think about the implementation of very low rates or exemption with right to deduction, then you can think about a benefit, a real benefit in this respect. Obviously, this is also relates to national legislation, but this also extends to other member states. With the injection of cash that will occur with the Next Generation EU and the National Resilience Plan, if we manage to identify healthcare as a sector to be supported, then we could retain the coverage that existed in the past. We were talking about the economic situation. Based on the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, the government made a delegation law for the reform of the taxation system. Article 4 envisages a change in the VAT. The main principles and policies were criticized for being excessively generic. But basically, the delegated legislator is supposed to rationalize VAT concerning the level of the need to adapt rates to the distribution of the rates, so thereby reducing the tax evasion or tax erosion problems. Let's say that the draft is supposed to be changed soon, and in 18 months from the approval of the delegation law, there will be a change in the internal framework. This is the right time to think about possible solutions. But this needs to be assessed. The comment of the Conference of Regions to the delegation law for taxation reform says that regions say that a large part of VAT of tax revenues or revenues from VAT finance the healthcare expenditure of Italian regions. So we should assess in these terms the balancing item between right to deduction and financing of the healthcare sector. The time is right. What needs to be assessed is priorities. We need to also assess feasibility within the new European Union framework. The idea to think of a form of exemption with deduction could mitigate or nullify the effects of hidden VAT in the sector, and therefore comply with the priorities. In addition to the digital sector and interventions in the environment sector, the EU also included among priorities public health care. In the last session, this will be further debated.
As you can see, both remarks from by Bianchi, they address more in detail about the exemption and exclusion of that. This is an important topic that, and we need further legal reference, and Professor Biasente will add new details and will introduce some topic already addressed by the European Court of Justice. Good evening to everybody. As it has been anticipated in my remarks, I will deal with the European Court of Justice intervention on the topic of healthcare. We need to consider to consider what have been already hinted at in terms of also that some normative references were given before. That is a harmonized tax, namely it is disciplines that is regulated at European level. Therefore, within this context, it's very important the role played by the Court of Justice of the European Union, because the interpretation, application of the correct application of the treaties and second legislation. So without the legislation which regulates this topic. These activities by the Court of Justice is implemented through different actions that, and in particularly, then can be carried out by the European level and also by the justice, which can interpret differently the cases that have to be submitted to them. So it's important to remember that the Court of Justice within the union integration played an important role, and in some moments really did play a suppletive role by replacing some activities of the national institutions to not cover some topics, and especially the indirect tax, where some decisions should be taken unanimously. the norms of the 2006-2012. It was faced by the addressed by the European Court of Justice. The article that is have been already hinted with the application of the general tax. Therefore, the application of the tax must be applied at this supply chain and have to occur before the tax that has to be paid in input VAT. So should be carried only by the final consumer. The other articles that have to be taken into account and cover the healthcare are the Article 13, which regards as non-taxable persons of public healthcare outside the scope of that. And when this exclusion of this tax will not lead to distortion of the competitiveness. Then we have the Article 132, paragraph 1, B and C, which disciplines the exemption of a series of operations covering the healthcare system. In particularly, these operations are included on the VAT scope, but no application of that is carried out. And the Article 172, 73 disciplines the VAT tax, and the detraction is the and transaction not giving rise to this right. And this element is particularly important because this tax should not be a burden, further burden on the activities of distribution and services. When we analyze the rules of the Court of Justice, we have a bulk of legislation. There are a series of cases that can be mentioned. But in this case, in my remarks, I would like to hint just some of them because they could lead some food for thoughts important for this meeting. With the case of trial 168, if on one hand it is clear that the bodies that act in the healthcare system, they have some modalities that they carried out, but that raise some critics. At the same time, there is the consideration that the relation between the healthcare system and that, we had a body that on one side claimed, that it was a public body and therefore should not be considered as, should be considered as VAT exempted. But on the other hand, if we look at the practical case that led to this case, is that this company was asking the input VAT and was referring to the Portuguese court, and this was contested by the Portuguese from this request. But another important aspect of this case was that it was also cited the objective that was considered within the VAT mechanism for the financial system, namely that because the VAT should not be a further burden for the consumer, that should be considered as a fiscal action. In this case, the Court of Justice nevertheless did not agree with this body who was claiming this VAT exempt, but actually did not enter the merit of the second aspect. He said instead that they have to be understood that in national level was in that economic practice, there were the fact that that was a public body, and it was acting as a public body. But the main topic concerning the health care system, sorry of this playing with words, means that Giovanni already said there was an analogy between the healthcare system and all the problems linked to the financial system. As I was saying, one of the major topics that covers the healthcare system is the exemption, covers the exemption. The healthcare operations are not considered outside of the VAT application. They are within the VAT application, but it has been established that because it's considered for the final user a benefit, whoever will purchase the healthcare services, there was the application of the tax, but the application of the tax was already been hinted, so the rules of the neutrality envisage that only if there is output VAT taxation, then there can be an exemption. Therefore, for the exemptions in the healthcare system, not being an output exempt cannot be an exemption at output. Therefore, the topic is really peaceful, considering the application and that non-application of that in front of the application. But the European Court of Justice is very often involved in giving opinions on the point that covering the restrictive operation of exemptions. So there are some prejudiciaries, and in particularly the norm applications are envisaged by the Article 132, letter B and C. Recently, there was a case that 2011 back to 2018, and in this case, and this merits really to be quoted because it refers to a particular Portuguese case, and that based upon a particularly aspect of the Portuguese regulations, and in particularly in the agreement with the European adhesion, and it was said that there should be maintained a system, taxation system, should be preserved so that some operations could be exempted, which fall within the healthcare system. This aspect will be recalled different times in this meeting, because specifically, for example, we have the needs for the company to really apply this system of taxation. A further case that I'm quoting concerning the VAT exemption is the case of 616 back 2015. So back in time, some national judgment were evaluating other aspects. In this case, there was an appeal led by Germany, because Germany was applying, covering only those subjects that were offering services in the healthcare, but their norm in the Article 132, letter 1, enabled to create some independent groups of persons whose member carried out a professional activity in the health sector. And this is also a case that enable us to have a link with the parallel sector of the financial services, and in particular these decisions together to others which actually define which was the application field scope of 132 of letter F, created a considerable damage and hurdle in the financial sector, because these norms together to other judgments, the Court of Justice expressed his opinion by saying that this could not be applied to financial services. Instead, it should be applied only for the healthcare services that did play a social role. Let's go now swift to the consequences of the application of the exemption and exclusions, and in particularly the effects on the traction that are actually already consolidated. Therefore, it's peaceful that when we have an exemption or a VAT exemption, cannot be detractions. This is at the basis of the VAT. Only if they have some rules, derogatory rules, which enables it, then the detraction can be granted. Of course, for the Italians, they can think that when they cannot apply VAT, that can lead to detraction. In Italian systems, they are called as are operations that falls within the tax system, but without contemplating the output that an input deduction is enabled. In this case, in this slide, we quote a case which led to an deliberation and was enlightening the simplicity of the case, because in this case, there was a doubt that the Italian rules that did not enable the detractions within the healthcare system. There was a kind of incompatibility to the European regulations, European laws, and the court replied, said that there was not incompatibility concerning these issues. Why do I quote this ordinanza? Because behind these cases arise together with this case, there is the need of to keep on an exceptions, because in these sectors things have been changed.
What used not to be a damage, so the non-deduction of visa when there was exemption, at the time in which healthcare sector had a reduced number of purchases. Now, as a matter of fact, today the healthcare system has changed, and these costs have become a burden for the managers of the healthcare, which is no longer sustainable unless you carry on a healthcare system that need to be frustrated in its innovation or purchase of the best possible technologies. A last hint relates to the case law of the European Court of Justice, relates to a ruling in case 662 of 2013, which shows that in the healthcare system there have been an abuse of right, which was sanctions by ruling of the European Court of Justice, saying that in the healthcare sectors corporate transactions are not allowed when they create an advantage for the entity that carries them out, but that runs counter to the purpose of the legislation. So recreating the right to deduction where the current legislation, which is only referred to by the Court of Justice, doesn't allow so. In this case, the European Court of Justice favored the tax authority, saying that in this case there was an abuse of right, which abuse of right is also contested at EU level as well. Thank you for your attention. And I would give the floor to Professor Di Pietro of the Bologna University, who will examine the situation at European level. He's remotely connected, and so I would ask Mr. Adriano Di Pietro to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate you on this seminar, which indeed is a topical, discusses a topical aspect, because the available data is a situation that cannot be changed. The idea of exemption continues to be unchangeable and has been so since 1977. That was a definition of the sixth directive, and a reference is made at national level to this directive. It seems that nothing has changed since 1997 from the point of view of the European Union, while, as you emphasized, the reference sector has changed. Hospital and medical care sector is not as it used to be in 1977. Hence, we need to think about the sector once again, as you are doing now in this seminar, and as suggested. On one hand, we have the comparative experience of various member states that refer to the European Directive. This is the first remark that can be made relating to the terms of implementing the directive, which shows the importance of national experiences. Solutions are more or less the same, and this, of course, justifies the diet of imperfect implementation of EU law. The first element that emerged from the comparisons is that there are various models to implement the directive. There's an analytic model of Mediterranean countries, including Italy and Spain. This model is more concerned with analyzing the various types of services identified by Article 13 of the directive, namely hospital and medical care. There are other member states in France, Sweden, and Belgium. The model relates to more general wordings. In the French system, everything is entrusted to secondary legislation. Within these two models, these two different ways of implementing the sixth directive in my member states, differences emerge regarding the individual aspects that characterize the interpretation of the directive. And the one aspect I was saying is the hospitalization. The wording of the directive is transposed by Italy in a specific way, in various forms, with reference made to healthcare systems, various healthcare services, while other countries, Belgium, Germany, and Spain, confine themselves to reproduce the wording of the directive with reference to healthcare activities and hospitalization activities. In France, the tax authority makes a different choices. It doesn't formalize individual services. It simply refers to the regulation that exists that needs to be considered the main reference. In the context of healthcare services, Italy and Spain have preferred, as I was saying, to make a specific analysis or forecast of services, while the practice of the French system makes this reference to various the wording of the directive. So what Italy and Spain have decided to formalize by making reference to various types of services, diagnosis, healthcare, medicaments, and so on and so forth. Well, so while on the one hand we have Italy and Spain, other countries simply refer back to their own regulatory activities, secondary legislation in particular, or even the interpretation at administrative level of the law. But clearly, the wording of the directive was either formalized specifically as in Spain and Italy, or entrusted to interpretation in other states, Portugal included, France and Belgium, member states that reproduce the wording of the directives without making additions. As regards the providers, there's a particular distinction between public providers and other assimilated providers. Regarding choices, there are Mediterranean choices of countries such as Italy, which indulges in a number of specific institutions that can benefit from VAT exemptions. And on the other hand, there are other experiences in other countries I'm talking about Belgium and Portugal, where entities governed by public law. In France, reference is made to legislation in order to define entities that can benefit that exemption, from that exemption. As I said, the full implementation of the provisions of the directive is always entrusted to the state, the individual governments of states and institutions as envisaged by individual legislative texts. In order, a more delicate aspect is that of assimilated entities. In this case, the indication is more generic, meaning that Italy more specifically identifies them as beneficiaries, while other countries prefer to reproduce the directive tests, such as Belgium and Germany. So there is a comparison regarding the transposition laws for the directive. There's another formal element to be emphasized, in particular Belgium and Italy. These are two states that are concerned with identifying as entities that are assimilated to public, are entities that are recognized Italy, in particular, makes reference to entities that have signed an agreement. So the interest is shifted to relationship between the providers and the recipients of services based on specific agreements signed with individual entities. The more delicate aspect is the various types of auxiliary services for which we once again have a special concern. Italy and Spain are concerned with defining these services. Spain also defines excluded services that are subject to taxation. But we can see that based on the individual experiences of implementation and regulatory choices at administrative levels, solutions are at European level. Auxiliary services means services that are justified or are instrumental in the implementation of the healthcare functions, including diagnosis, the administration of medicaments at healthcare establishments, etc. In conclusion, after this comparison, considering Article 13 of the 16 Directive, which has remained unchanged, now national solutions have varied. With each member state using its own criteria, using national legislation in order to govern this specific aspect of this sector, namely the sector of hospital and medical care, but based on differences in national legislations. So far, this difference has brought about no solutions that contradicts the provisions of Article 13. So as a matter of fact, Article 13, with various solutions, was consistently implemented in individual member states. What was not envisaged in Article 13 at that time, because it was based on the then situation in 1977, well, there was a growth in administrative responsibility by care establishments. Today, for hospitalizations is not services that falls within the scope of public finance. States introduced corrections from a financing standpoint, which put the burden of the service cost on the taxpayer regarding both healthcare and a few aspects of hospitalization. And I think this is an aspect that from the evolution of the modus operandi of the organization of the healthcare system is a problem that cannot be excluded from an evaluation such as the evaluation that we are trying to make of the permanence of the general systems of extinction, which as retained in the sixth directive, because in this case we can either, it's an either-or situation, we can either recognize that a higher costs placed on the users of services could be subject to VAT, or on the other hand, you recognize that this cost too, despite the financial contribution of users, falls in the scope of financial responsibilities of a provider. Solutions that have been suggested, including the change of reduced VAT rates and the proposal for tax reform, with the revision of tax rates. Now, these suggestions have a problem in principle regarding the application of tax rates that in both cases, in both suggestions of reforming the system at European level or at Italian level, imply a different way of managing healthcare services. It's difficult to concentrate with the application of reduced rates, the shift from an exempt to a taxable transaction. So in a world that is already marked by the primacy of European legislation, the priority would be to reflect upon the shift, the partial shift of a number of transactions that are already benefiting from the contribution by users to a system in which we have taxation. But this requires a change in the directive. On the other hand, trying to apply reduced VAT rates to a transaction that would remain based on the logic of the directive as an exempt transaction. Now, this is an aspect that poses a number of risks of institutional conflicts, which we cannot hide, so to say.
Thank you very much, Professor Di Pietro, for being so clear. The session, the introductory sessions pose a series of issues. The first session is concluded. Now I will give the floor to the law attorney Biondi, which we will coordinate. It will be the board and moderator of the second session that will be the impacts in the Italian health system. Thank you very much. The second session, working session, will hinge upon the impact on the health system that is not perfectly working on the working of this tax on the Italian system. To these sessions will participate. This person will Lorenzo Villanova. There will be participating to this session. Who la dottoressa Frittelli will start with the hidden bat and impact on public health. She's president of Fede Sanità ANCI and general director of the Giovanni Addolorata di Roma Hospital in Rome. She was responsible for the human resources of the hospital Famiglia Forlanini of Rome, the general director of the Odon of Malta, and previously she was director general of the Policlinico Tor Vergata di Roma. So I hope she can connect, and I will leave the floor to her. Thank you very much. Thank you to this Sturzo. Thanks to Lorenzo Terranova for having involved in such a high-level speakers and panel. I really compliment with the previous speakers. I really do believe that this is the very moment in which to address and speak of such issue. And this is a particularly delicate moment because the whole Italian healthcare system is really in debating in full and considering the reform of such issues. I think we can take into account three different time frame. The first one is that we can actually label as old, the yesterday healthcare system, when the healthcare companies, healthcare establishment that have enjoy a less technological impact, and there were also establishment that were autarkic bodies in some ways. It means that the labor force, dependent labor force, was facing and performing no core services that were internal. And there were employees that were chefs, cleaning, labor force, electrical manpower. All these figures, no core activities, are externally not outsourced right now. So the hospitals are more and more enjoy the technological impact, exercising technological impact, and in addition, as concerned the recovery plan that started back to 2005 and decided to oriented all those choices within public healthcare. And then we do know that we achieved a more balanced scheme, economic schemes. They introduce further economical financial services just because, for example, consider at the block turnover blocks. The establishment have a high technological impact, and moreover, they use extensively the outsourcing for the non-core activities. Now, let's see the prospect, the future prospect, and in particular, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan and RPRP. It envisages structural interventions with top-down architecture, and these interventions are no doubt will help us from the structural point of view. If let's think about the hospital community, the community homes, the operational centers in the cities. These are intervention requires our structural interventions. Also, the so-called platforms, online platforms that require small interventions that maybe will not be available. And then, of course, the whole integrating home care, and with and envisage also some interventions that include also anti-seismic intervention that cover not only the structural interventions, but also on interventions that have to be carried out on buildings are used for the healthcare establishment, and also the technologies that are old and are 5-year-old for some industries and not for others. That doesn't mean that this means that if an establishment decided for a mission to achieve a mission in a sector, and for example, an oncological establishment, as you can know, for example, me, I didn't have a PAC, an electronic and legal emails address. Now this email address will be needed, and because this novelty will be introduced by NRRP. And then the home as the first cared location, and we should shift therefore and invest our healthcare services towards a new modes compared to the modalities used today. So a number of hirements that maybe we will not able to do because we have a kind of bottleneck, because there is no planning, also because they were planned more the needs of the hospitals than the needed by the territories. Therefore, we will need some professionals that will work on the medical scope than the really specific medical professions. Therefore, the whole third sectors might be involved so that we can really have a result where the hospitalization, the healthcare can be nearer to the patient and home seen as the first location of treatment. Then if we look at this scenario, we realize, I don't know if I can really, the slides, I do not any longer to see, look at these slides, to see these slides. I will go on. I will go on. The new scenarios of the NRRP is that we have a new mode of caring, and actually these modes need a different skill mix compared to the one of today's, and also a skill mix that are not available on the healthcare market because they have been not trained. Therefore, this personnel should be found in outsource with the technological structures, the ICT, the resources will not be enough. Let's see what we can achieve the resources from mission 1 as concern the ICT. But in order to coordinating the mission number 6 and mission number 5, there's all missions that will be, the municipalities will be in charge of them, so that they have their responsibility, the social and healthcare system where the social assistance will be given in the internal areas, and these really different tasks that they will have. Then we realize that we will need considerably to services, to contracts of services as concerning the technological innovation and ICTs. The NRRP funds, also for the large equipments, will be not enough. And in addition to it, we will have to evaluate upon the base of the available funds of the capital, if we will be able to have some technological equipments that we will be more performing. And if we evaluate alternative actions like leasing, now you can imagine that all the topics we can face and talk about to think about a future healthcare. Well, there is a complete take in actions and the involvement of stakeholders who are actually different and similar to the traditional ones that already are present in the healthcare system. They all impact strongly to that. How are we funded? Even if today we enjoy an increase of the national healthcare fund, we keep on having a funding that is lower compared to the richer European partners. Is it possible to think that through this national RRP, that we do know that national plan, the Italian plan, we will enjoy having an increase of 2 billion. We have to think that we have to hire at least 30,000 nurses, and also we are considered also the organic and operational needs that we have on healthcare. But we do understand that the direct investment by RRP will not be enough. And therefore, I do believe that seeing the relevance that play by the healthcare, today is impossible not to think over how to increase the national Italian fund that maybe will not be increased as a real need that we're planning in the healthcare, because of wonderful to build a community hospital and so on. But unfortunately, all these establishments, they have to be full of services, and therefore they will be endowed of technological equipments. For example, they have to be connected so that the general GP could be, pediatrics could be connected to the hub and spoke there on the territories, as well as we will have to think, and I do believe these are really strategic elements. It's there should be a possibility to abate costs, because the quality that we will need, shall be and involved in the PNR project is higher compared to the one that we have today. And therefore, we have to think over to the hidden that for us is a cost that is not deductible and therefore not regainable. It has a huge impact both on the purchasing and acquiring of new technologies, as well as informatic ICT equipments. In Italy, we lag pretty behind, as well as services that will enable us to outsource all the services, because today we do not have them in the healthcare system. Therefore, that should be revised at European level in a very moment that Europe and the whole world realize how important it is to plan healthcare paths, and for sure trying to take paths of new direct or indirect hidden that is strongly impacting on the company budgeting. And with those savings, shall invest in new healthcare processes. Thank you very much, Dottoressa Fritelli. Thank you very much, because you really gave a portrait of the problem, and you gave us really food for thought in terms of outsourcing and real estates that are all aspect that we are not considering much, especially for those who are not of the industry of the sector. Thank you very much for this precious food for thoughts. Once again, I'll give the floor to Professor Terranova, that is Director of Institutional Relations of Confindustria Medical Devices, is the audit of the state audits, and dwell upon reforms back to 1993. He is also a manager of Confindustria Medical Devices, and really follows some project, a broad project, and also was responsible for Sanità Anci. He was also a professor at the School of High Training at La Sapienza di Rome, and today we'll cover the hidden VAT impact on the production system for healthcare. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I thank you very much, Istituto Sturzo, for his nice hosting and hospitality. There are some points I would like to highlight, because they will be an integral part of my remarks. 3 points, just to be a bit schematic and without entering directly into the merit. First of all, why there is an intervention carried out by the industrial organization. This is because the issue here and it's pretty clear. Now we are facing a reality, and I'm talking about my industry, but we could carry out the same analysis for other industries like pharmaceuticals or other technologies that are specific for the healthcare system. As you can see, we will see that our industry is it made of 78% for public healthcare, and more or less we have 8 billion point four that are impacting our reality. Therefore, if this is the context, I would like to explain this subject, and in particular the VAT topic. It is clear that this value, 8.4 billion, with a sort of calculation, it's a considerable value. And this is a value which determines a series of effects in terms of availabilities and strategies that were already introduced by Fritelli of the public healthcare system. Therefore, the mechanism that we are addressing, how the hidden VAT can impact within the healthcare system, national system, has a double outcomes because the hospital establishments are final users of the purchases and they not fall within this measure, but at the same time we have a series of problems that need to be faced and are very much linked to the changes linked to the forms and organization that are really not well transposed, not well transposed as concerning the VAT. I can say simply, for some medical equipment, we have a reduced VAT, but is more and more frequent that today, instead selling the good to the national healthcare system, the good shall be sold only the service, because when the good is sold, there are a series of activities that are connected to it, like, for example, the steady maintenance, the remote coordination, a series of information that can be used by the establishment. Therefore, there is a topic of services, and these services are increasing, more and more increasing. But at this point, we have a kind of disparities, not only in the rate and in the effects triggered by it. Another point, and the Professor Fritelli was hinting at it, there are new agreements, contractual agreements like the leasing, for example, which, or some services that are differentiated, like not only leasing, like, for example, has a good potential to be disseminated. Pay-per-views rate means that I do not pay for the leasing or the purchasing of the machineries, of the equipment, but I do pay for each operation, for each determined amount to the distributor. Therefore, there are very different topics connected to it, because the industrial sector, yes, on one side remains neutral from the approach point of view. An intermediate subject will sold good, and it will enjoy a neutral impact of that. But do remind you that we should face this topic, because in this way we can address the changes that have been taking place at the national level, at the healthcare level. And at the same time, another topic arises that is, yes, a technical aspect, but which implies some political choices, namely industrial policies, in the sense that the healthcare good, public good, is a merit good, and therefore should enjoy a special protection. Yes, by saying hidden that within production will lead to a preoccupation, that further preoccupation that might arise. Unfortunately, we cannot read well, but what we have here is a comparison of the VAT rates in some European countries, and then you can see we have a variable that is pretty wide on one hand for some goods that are used ordinary rates. For other goods, we have reduced amounts. Therefore, as you can see, Italy is not lagging behind or on the forefront. What is interesting to see is that the VAT rates, and I do think that this calculation have been carried out in the past, have been done in the past, and they have been not updated or given enough attention. As you can see, the intermediate parts of the VAT rates for the innovative goods, they all enjoy ordinary rates. On the contrary, other goods are consolidated in the market enjoy reduced rates, and this is a consideration that we have to make. So, and this is a topic that has to be faced. The topic of the standardization of some rates, and whatever any decision could be taken, we should know that some goods should enjoy a standardized treatment, a standardized operations, not depending on the end use, but depending on the fact that they're falling within a group of goods that are in the healthcare sector. Then maybe we can get into details further later on. Another element is we have a consideration of the so-called hidden VAT, and this is a source of how can we use the VAT deductions. We have some, therefore, problems linked to the efficiency of the revenue agency in Italy. And next to these preoccupations, we have the topic of opportunities. Fritelli highlighted many times. I'm really convinced that it's a really relevant, important topic. Today, we are trying to face, when we are addressing the hidden VAT, we are facing the topic of how to have further resources, achieve further resources. It's important that these resources should remain within the area, within the sector of the healthcare, because the industry sector, and in particular medical equipment industry, is becoming a more and more strategic industry, as a value-added industry and a highlighted that, which operates of a competitiveness that involved not many different countries with high performing countries, and there are many countries that are listed in it. For example, the medical devices and pharmaceutical and the life sciences. But the single chains of productions are more more international, like the research and experimentations and so on. Therefore, if we free some further resources, and if we think that our country has been losing a centrality role in the, compared to the past, as in terms of production and quality of research, it's evident that in order to free such resources, we need to define and orient at least one portion of these resources to the topic of research, of training, and because in this way we can better respond to the needs and the needs can be better address national needs. And this is second aspect should be really considered and should involve a national Confindustria industry sector. And therefore, by saying this, I thank all the organizers of this event.
Before commenting on your presentation, let me recall you that at the end of this session, there'll be a short Q&A time for the previous speakers. So I would ask those who are connected from outside to raise their hands through Zoom, through their Zoom application, because the chat is inactive. So the only way is to raise hands in order to take the floor. But before opening the Q&A, let me emphasize that it is really essential to make this exchange of view at a multidisciplinary level. We understood in the last presentation that the technological support in the healthcare sector lags behind, not merely in Italy, but elsewhere, because ordinary VAT rates applied to goods with higher technological impact is an evident fact. So if you want to take the floor, feel free to do so, even remotely. Otherwise, we will start our coffee break. Seems there's no remark. So it's 4:30 p.m. We are on schedule, meaning we'll have a 10 minutes break, after which we'll meet again. We'll reconnect for the next session.
Buonasera, ricominciano i lavori di questo convegno. Siamo arrivati alla...
We will resume the proceedings. This is the third session of our program. During this session, we tried to make to establish a link with the European Union context, because as we said in the earlier section, we're talking about a harmonized type of tax, and any remark related to its amendment must be referred to this context. On the other hand, we wanted to check the situation in other member states. to see whether there is a need to cope with this possible reform of VAT as we are doing in Italy. So the VAT treatment of the healthcare sector in particular. Now we have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Patrice Pillet from the European Commission and two colleagues. One is Dr. Sidalia Lanha of the Portuguese Tax Authority, Sidalia Lanha, and the representative from the European of the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, Anna Sandberg Nilsson. Mr. Patrice Pillet is connected. Let me recall you that he's the head of unit for VAT policy in the Directorate of Union, a custom union of the European Union. He has a 20 experience in this sector. He is in charge of main dossiers that are discussed at EU level. And with this unit and his directorate, he supported all works related to helping member states in coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. But his unit is also concerned with all innovation aspects of economy of the European Union and has the need to adapt VAT, such as the context of e-trade. So I hand the floor, I give the floor to Mr. Pillet, who's connected. It must be connected.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Patrick.
Good afternoon, and many thanks, Milena, for the kind invitation to this interesting conference. I have prepared a couple of slides to illustrate a little bit the numerous actions which we have taken in the Commission to help member states during the health crisis. I know that the issue of VAT neutrality and the health system is a little bit wider than that, but I wanted to focus on what we've been doing during those 2 years to help member states. I will go through notably 4 measures which we have taken. The first one is the exemption of import duty relief and the exemption of import duty and VAT on vital goods needed to combat COVID-19. Then I will talk a little bit about the exceptional and urgent measures we took to zero-rate vaccines and tests at the time where these vaccines were not yet available. We also took an exceptional decision to exempt VAT on the importations of certain supplies. It's a so-called buy and donate directive where the Commission bought a number of goods for member states, and we made it possible for this to happen without any VAT. And finally, I will say a few words about the V80 rates negotiations, which have been concluded by a general approach in Council in ECOFIN on the 7th of December. This was something which was already in the pipeline. The proposal is from 2018, so far before COVID, but clearly COVID-19 has had a huge impact on these negotiations, has made it possible to conclude the negotiations, but has also provoked a complete reorientation of the direction which we were taking. As a matter of introduction, a few words about the health crisis and the general actions which have been taken, not only in the area of VAT, but we've taken in the area of customs an important number of measures, notably to focus controls in order to give priority to the most important ones and to treat priority consignments of medical protection. I will not enter into details at this stage because we have a limited amount of time, and I would like to focus on the area of VAT. On the tax side, as I said, the measures which we have taken all have one main objective, which is to decrease the price of medical goods, be it for member states, national authorities, or more specifically hospitals. So let's look now at the different actions which have been taken. And I will start with the first one, which has been taken right after the outbreak of the COVID crisis, which is the import duty relief and VAT exemption on vital goods needed to combat COVID-19. If we can move to the next slide. So this is a measure which we have taken already on the 3rd of March 2020, so very, very quickly, which has been applied in all our member states, 27 member states, even in the beginning in the UK, which at the time was still applying EU VAT legislation. It's an exemption which applies not only on customs duties, but also on import VAT. For goods which are imported, there is a list of 45 goods which are available VAT-free and which are imported by state organizations or charitable or philanthropic organizations. This has been prolonged 3 times. It's really exceptional that we use this very special legal base. It is a legal base we have in the VAT Directive for events such as earthquakes, for example. It's the first time we use it for, of course, for a health crisis, and it's also the first time we use it for such a long period of time, because the decision was taken in April 2020, prolonged 3 times. Then a new decision was taken to apply it in 23 member states only. Some member states consider that they no longer need it. And it will be valid until the end of June this year, 2022, unless we prolong it once more. So this has been extremely useful. It has helped importing VAT-free goods such as respirators, masks, a lot of medical equipment. But it had one big drawback, which we realized during this period. And the main drawback was that the Commission had the power to exempt importations, but we didn't have the possibility to exempt domestic or intra-community supply. So if I take a very concrete example, we made it possible to have VAT-free importation of masks, but not VAT-free supplies of masks, which means that by our very action which was needed, there was an emergency and we replied to this emergency, we did it. But at the same time, we created a kind of discrimination against ourselves because it was cheaper from a tax point of view to import masks from China than to produce them in the EU. And I will come back to that later on when I talk about the rate negotiations, because this drawback has been corrected for the future. The second decision we took also very quickly as an emergency measure was the directive on COVID-19 vaccines and testing kits. This was adopted by Council in December 2020, even before the very first vaccines were made available in Europe. The objective was, of course, to have a more affordable access to vaccines and tests, as well as related services. The measure was deemed to be temporary, to expire at the end of 2022, because we were hoping at that time that the general rate directive would, in a way, offer a permanent solution, and so that it has been the case. So according to this directive, vaccines and tests will be, member states will be able to apply reduced rates, but also zero rates of VAT, and they have been indeed, I should not speak with the future tense, because they have been using it, and it's been zero rated in most member states. All vaccines and all types of tests have been covered, whether PCR tests or antigen tests. The third measure which we took, which was also in a way taken under emergency measures within the Commission, was a buy and donate directive. This was adopted by Council in July 2021. The objective was to increase the efficiency of a union response to COVID-19, the COVID-19 crisis. What happened? What happened is that the Commission did something during the COVID crisis, which was completely new in terms of procedure, in the sense that instead of giving subsidies to member states with EU funds, what the Commission started to do is to buy medical equipment and to donate them directly to member states, to hospitals. We paid for not only goods, but also services, actually. We paid for very different types of goods, laboratory equipment, personal protective equipment, robots to disinfect the hospitals. But the union budget was also used to transfer patients, sick people from a member state to another one, which had to happen at that time. So what Council did in July 2021 is to decide that each time the Commission is buying goods or services, whether it is an importation or whether it is goods which have been bought within the EU, in view of offering those goods or services for free to the member states, this should be VAT free. And the idea behind this was to maximize the use of the EU budget. The EU budget is limited, and we realized at that time that VAT was a real issue because there wasn't, very concretely, there wasn't enough money to buy all the goods which member states needed with the EU funds, such as the emergency support instrument, which were used to this purpose. When we made a proposal to Council, we wanted to have something a little bit wider. We didn't want to limit ourselves to COVID-19. We wanted to cover all health crisis, because and also other types of crisis, because we considered that we should be ready for the next crisis. Maybe tomorrow it will be an earthquake, maybe it will be an environmental disaster, maybe there will be another virus. Nobody knows what is going to happen next time, and we think that we have to anticipate and not just to react to the crisis which happened. Unfortunately, Council did not adopt a proposal as we proposed it, limited to COVID-19, which we strongly regret because it means that we are not ready as we should have been for future crisis. I will finish my presentation, and sorry to not go through every slide, but we have a limited amount of time. I want to say a few words about V80 rates. I said that this is not a measure which we have taken as a result of a crisis, because the proposal was already there on the Council's table before COVID crisis emerged. It is a proposal we made in 2018 already. The idea at the time was to say that in a context where the final regime of VAT, but de facto, which we have today, is no longer an origin-based, but a destination-based system, and there is an agreement now with member states that this should continue to be the case in the future, the harmonization, the level of harmonization on rates which we have achieved is no longer fully required. And therefore, we wanted to change completely the logic. Today, we have a list of goods and services for which a reduced rate is possible. And we wanted to replace this by a principle of freedom and flexibility, subsidiarity for member states, being able to do whatever they want on VAT rates, except when it is specifically prohibited. And we had a so-called negative list of goods and services because of high value, because these are goods on which we want to discourage consumption. Tobacco, for example, on those goods and services, a reduced rate would not have been possible. Unfortunately, Council did not follow our line, and the number of member states which were in favor of our proposal is relatively limited. It is quite funny, by the way, to see how member states are very quick sometimes to criticize the EU, and they are not able to put in place the measures they want to put in place on VAT rates. But when we want to offer them the freedom to do, to have more possibilities, they are not fully enthusiastic. In any case, the state of play at the time of the outbreak of the COVID-19 crisis was that this proposal was more or less stuck in Council. And the COVID crisis really helped reviving the negotiations. Not only the health crisis, there has been two main priorities of the EU, the health policy in order to tackle COVID-19, but also our environmental and climate policy with the Green Deal. And both have triggered a new boost to the negotiation, but also a reorientation of these negotiations. What we did together with the different presidencies which have been working on this was to agree on a new frame, which is to keep the principle of a positive list, but to adapt it to our new needs. And our new needs can be summarized in three things. Fighting the health crisis, that was the short-term priority. Tackling the climate crisis by avoiding reduced rates on environmentally harmful goods and having reduced rates on environmentally good products. And also helping the digital transition. Now, focusing on the health aspects, in the final text, which has been agreed by ECOFIN in December, and this is subject to a new opinion from the European Parliament, I think I can put two main measures which are important in the area of health. The first one is the revision of the Annex 3, which lists the number of goods and services which can be reduced rates. And here you will see that the description of pharmaceutical products, medical equipments have been extended. So goods which, like masks, for example, which were not in this list, are now covered or will now be covered by this list, and there are other examples. We also added rescue and first aid equipment in this list. The new aspects is that these are goods and services for which not only a reduced rate, but also a super reduced rate or even a zero rate will be on offer for member states in the future, which will help greatly the health sector buying goods at an affordable prices. And this is, as you know, even more important because we are talking about bodies which cannot deduct VAT because they are exempt on their output supplies. The second measure which we took during these negotiations is to put in place a new clause, an emergency clause. You remember I explained in the beginning that when the COVID-19 outbreak started, we were able to exempt importations but not domestic supplies. So for example, masks being imported but not masks domestically produced. In the future, with this new clause, we will be able to have a 0 rating of equivalent domestic or intra-community supplies when an exceptional measure is authorized by the Commission upon importation. So for future crises, the Commission will be able not only to exempt importations, but to also allow 0 rating of domestic supplies. And I think with that, I've covered most of what I wanted to say, and I would be very pleased to answer any question you might have. Thank you.
Grazie molte, Patrice.
Thank you very much, Patrice. Your presentation demonstrates a confirmation of what have been the reasons why we felt it appropriate to organize a seminar and create a condition for exchange of views that goes across borders. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the need to intervene at least in urgent ways on a number of provisions that we had in the V80 Directive, which provisions would not cope adequately with the pandemic through COVID-19. Hence, the need to further investigate the themes of this seminar. The other aspects that you mentioned in your presentation is the sensitivity of vis-à-vis V80 rates. I will not bring forward questions. I will simply give the floor to Mrs. Anna Sandenberger-Nissen, who will talk about the Swedish experience, and later we will then discuss about the theme emphasized by Patricia Vilnius. Anna Sandenberg-Nilsson, Master in Business Administration, is a VAT consultant at the Swedish Confederation of Enterprises. She has 30-year experience as consultant of tax authorities and of the Swedish Confederation. She will provide an overview of the situation of companies working in the healthcare sector in Sweden.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express my gratitude for the invite to this seminar. I think it's so important that we reflect on the VAT rules, the exemption, and what kind of effects the hidden VAT leads to for the society and the development of the health and social care sector. As you see here on the picture, I represent the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. We are a non-profit association. We bring together 60,000 companies and 50 industry employer organizations. Next slide, please. Thank you. I want to start to take some minutes to put the VAT issue into a broader context. As you see here on the picture, we are 10 million inhabitants in Sweden, and we have a large land area, but is sparsely populated. We have 3 levels of domestic government, and the responsibility of health, social, and elderly care is divided between the counties and the municipalities. This is all financed by the public sector, which also perform the main part of the services. However, we have a growing number of member companies and also other kind of parties performing activities in this sector. The cost for the healthcare is estimated to increase with over 30% until the year 2050. And for elderly care, the estimated increase is more than twice as much. And if we look at the elderly care and put the need into a practical perspective, we need to expand with 3 retirement houses per week until 2026. So that our challenges, that we need to handle, and the VAT issue will come as a 25% on that. Thank you for switching to this slide. The Swedish standard VAT rate is one of the highest in the world. We have 25%. And if you don't have any right to deduct input VAT, this amount will be blocked or hidden as a VAT cost. We have a VAT compensation system for counties and municipalities. The purpose is that VAT should not be a factor in the choice between do-it-yourself or a purchase from a subcontractor. The counties and municipalities can claim a VAT compensation for charged input VAT that they see in an invoice or receipt. A compensation is also given for a standard calculated percentage of hidden input VAT that is stuck with subcontractors. This system is financed collectively through reduced government subsidies. This VAT compensation system has served us well. It really stimulates the public sector to buy from private companies. That's good. But the rules are very complex and neither neutral nor transparent. And we see the hidden input VAT, it stays with the companies and others that perform these exempt supplies. Next slide, please. I will take a couple of practical examples how the hidden VAT creates real problems for the society. And I start with healthcare personnel. That is, of course, a main component. And according to the Swedish courts and their interpretation of the ECJ cases, many of the supplies considered to be supply of staff and not exempt. The supply of healthcare personnel is therefore a taxable supply, which causes 25% hidden VAT for the buyer. And small companies, they need flexible staffing and they don't always have the possibility to employ more personnel. And this is especially important for companies in the sparsely populated areas in the countryside. During the pandemic, we experienced an urgent need for all kinds of additional staff, from cleaning to specialists. One undesirable effect of the hidden VAT is that the increase in cost results in companies choosing to do it themselves instead of using a competent subcontractor. This creates inefficiencies and distortions because the VAT system interferes on how the actor conduct their business. Next slide, please. Premises is, of course, another main component. The public sector more and more often ask our member companies not only to perform health and social care services, but also to build new nursing or retirement homes. However, the added cost of hidden VAT make this equation impossible. Furthermore, the Swedish option to tax rules when it comes to leasing and letting premises allows the landlord to charge and deduct VAT if the tenant performs taxable supplies or if the tenant is the public sector. And when these taxable lease cease, the 10-year adjustment rules apply and the input VAT that historically has been deducted must be returned in parts. This is, of course, a big stop sign for any landlord. Even though we have a lot of empty premises with a utilization rate of 10 to 40%, a private company performing exempt supplies will have real difficulties to find relevant premises. And during the pandemic, the hidden VAT became a real problem for companies setting up field hospitals and temporary vaccination rooms. That makes it difficult for companies in the sector to find premises, and it could also stop the construction of new ones. The hidden VAT also entails negative effects on sustainable use, maintenance, and investment in buildings. This becomes problematic when there is a need and a demand, for example, new nursing homes or retirement homes. Next, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we estimate a major increase in costs for health, social, and elderly care in the coming decades. Healthcare technology is an important part of the solution. And during the pandemic, we have also seen the need for X-rays, respirators, robots, digital health contacts, translation applications, alarms, and digital surveillance. But for the future, we need to invest even more. We have expensive investments to be done, made in broadband, in connections, in research and development, IT system, and different technical products. And additional cost component of 25% hidden VAT could result in a delay in digitalization and innovation. Next slide. So some conclusions. To sum up this, the hidden VAT and the exempt transactions creates a number of negative effects that range all from the day-to-day operations to the future investments. And therefore, and finally, I think it's important that we have a broader political debate and also understanding that VAT exemptions are not VAT-free. The effects of hidden VAT are neither in line with the principle and purpose of VAT in general, nor the purpose of the VAT exemption. The VAT exemption, as we have discussed here earlier, has become a disadvantage instead of the intended advantage. And we need simple, neutral rules that encourage sustainable investment and digitalization. So I'm hoping for a social VAT rate instead of this social exemption. And I will end that there. Thank you.
Cara Anna, grazie molte del tuo intervento.
And thank you very much for your remarks. I really do think once again, you confirm our preoccupations that we already encountered in the previous remarks by both Bianchi and Elisabetta Biondi. Maybe I can pose a questions, maybe Professor Pillet may answer. And the question is, what kind of vision do you have concerning such reforms and needed reforms, since that you are in the very place where all evaluations are taken to choose for VAT that is more complying with more response to the needs of today's world? And maybe a question that is relevant to the institutions where we are hosted, because the Istituto Sturzo concentrating and was focusing on the person, and so in the healthcare we're not only talking about the person, a subject that only needs treatment, but also a person that needs treatments that are up to the state of the art and should be linked to healthcare that is more and more developed and gets beyond the personal treatment towards people. And by saying that, I would like to welcome the Sidalia Guerrero Lancan, that I was so pleased to have her as a friend and colleague at the Commission. Sidalia, she has been working for 30 years at the Portuguese tax administration, so it was a great pleasure to meet her, because she's an extremely nice person. So I'm really delighted to hear her presentation as concerned that application in the healthcare system. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Milena. First of all, let me thank the Istituto Luigi Sturzo for the invitation to participate at this conference. I'm going to give you an overview of some aspects of the VAT treatment of health services in Portugal. In my intervention, I'll make a brief summary of the legal framework in Portugal. I'll give you some insight of the most contentious issues during the last 15-20 years, and finish with some final remarks. In what concerns the legal framework, Portugal applies the VAT exemptions related to health protection established in Article 132 of the VAT Directive, and additionally uses a derogation under Annex 10 that was negotiated in the accession treaty. According to such a derogation, Portugal may continue to exempt transactions carried out by hospitals not covered by point B of Article 132. Taxable persons can, however, opt for taxation on those transactions. When taxed, those healthcare services are subject to a reduced rate. Next slide, please. Accordingly, the exemption on the, you can change the slide, please. Accordingly, the exemption on hospital and healthcare services and closely related activities is drafted in the law in a broad manner in order to cover not only activities carried out by bodies governed by public law and bodies, private bodies under similar social conditions, but also these as foreseen in Article 132(1)(b), but also hospitals and healthcare services carried out by private bodies in general. Next slide, please. In this context, the issue that probably has originated more litigation between businesses and the tax administration relates precisely with the scope of the option to tax. Two other issues of a different nature have emerged as a source of disputes: nutrition services in gyms and fitness centers, and the VAT treatment of non-conventional therapies. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about these three issues. Next slide, please. In what concerns the option to tax, one of the first issues that emerged was difficulty to distinguish in certain cases between the scope for points B and C of Article 132. This question is relevant because the option to tax only relates to hospital and medical care and not to the services included in point C. Another problem derived from a certain misunderstanding of the scope of the option to tax. Such option only covers transactions exempt under the derogation of Annex 10. But businesses assume that once they made the option to tax, they could tax all their activities, including, of course, those carried out in comparable conditions to those of public bodies. Finally, a major point of litigation was the criteria used in the national law to determine when private bodies provided services in comparable social conditions. The way the option was drafted in the law and the criteria used by the tax administration started to be questioned before the arbitration center, which considered to be relevant the proportion of care services and the comparable social conditions in relation to all the activity of the taxpayer. To introduce more clarity in the text of the law, a change was adopted in 2017 in order to state that the option can only be used as regards the provision of medical care which do not come under contracts with the state in the context of the health system. We believe the next slide, please. We believe that the solution to this problem might come to an end with ECJ decision in case Idealmed. Next slide, please. Which came out in March 2020. In its judgment, first, the court stated that the proportion of care services provided under comparable social conditions in relation to the activity of the taxpayer is irrelevant for the application of the exemption laid out in 132(1)(b). Additionally, it confirmed the assessment of the Portuguese authorities that to determine comparable social conditions, member states may take into account the fact that the services are provided under contracts concluded with public authorities at prices fixed by those contracts, and those costs are partially borne by public institutions. Next slide, please. Another issue that has originated litigation, is the nutrition services provided by professionals in gyms and fitness centers. The Portuguese VAT code applies the exemption provided in point C of Article 132, stating that services in the exercise of the professions of doctors, dentists, midwives, nurses, and other paramedical professions are VAT exempt. According to the Portuguese law, a nutrition certified professional can qualify as a paramedical. It's frequent that gyms and fitness centers offer nutrition services through a qualified nutritionist. From a certain moment in time, the service provided by the nutritionist was started to be treated as VAT exempt. Once nutrition services were included in the package, in the activities package, those services would be invoiced VAT exempt to the customer, even if he didn't use those services. And it must be told that a significant part of the consideration paid by the client was attributed to the nutritional advice and VAT exempt. This procedure was questioned by the tax administration that considered that those services, nutrition services, were ancillary to the sport activity and subject to tax. However, the procedure adopted by gyms and fitness centers was considered lawful in some decisions of the arbitration center. The case was finally brought to the European Court of Justice, that in case Phonetic Exito decided that nutrition monitoring services did not fall under the exemption laid down in Article 132(1)(c). Due to contradictory decisions in the Portuguese courts, the Supreme Administrative Court has issued this year a judgment harmonizing future case law in Portugal on this matter, in line, of course, with the ECJ decision. Next slide, please. Another topic that has for a while greatly discussed in Portugal was the VAT treatment of non-conventional therapies. The tax administration considered the supply of services consisting of non-conventional therapies was not covered by the VAT exemption, since those were not, according to the national law, medical or paramedical professions. However, for a long time, the sector required recognition and defended they should be treated as other health professionals, and their supply should be exempt, VAT exempt. ECJ decision in case Gabarel was interpreted by them as supporting the sector's views. In this case, the court decided that a physiotherapist who in the course of his professional activity also use osteopathy therapies must be exempt by both if, and the court said that, if the exclusion of the osteopathy from the scope for paramedical professions for the purpose of a VAT exemption exceeds the scope of the discretion granted to member states by the directive. Condition that the court said was for the national court to verify. The sector of non-conventional therapies made a huge lobbying campaign, and finally, in 2017, the Parliament adopted a law, next slide please, establishing that the professionals that are certified and authorized to practice recognized non-conventional therapies can benefit from the same VAT regime that is applied to the paramedical professions. The recognized non-conventional therapies include, for instance, homeopathy, naturopathy, chiropractic, and also traditional Chinese medicines. Last slide, please. I would like to finish with some final remarks. Final thoughts on all of these situations. First, the scope of the exemption applied in the health sector would clearly, in my view, benefit from the introduction of some clarification. The need to adopt occasional guidelines in the VAT committee and the cases brought before the Court of Justice is a proof of that. Secondly, there is still a public perception that activities in the public interest should be exempt from VAT, including health services. Another thought, although private businesses show preference for having their supplies taxed and to be able, of course, to deduct input VAT, this is not always the case. The high-profile cases I mentioned are obvious examples, and they're in Portugal. At least there are others. I can give you a brief example. In 2020, an autonomous region of Portugal submitted a law proposal to our Parliament with the aim to introduce a VAT exemption to the services of veterinaries. Of course, such proposal was not adopted or accepted by Parliament, since the measure did not have support in the VAT directive. But what are the reasons why some sectors advocate the application of the exemption? I don't think there is just one reason. Depending on each specific case, one or several reasons might justify such option, I would say. Reduction of price, reduction of VAT due to the state, reduction of compliance costs. I'm not sure, but what I'm sure is, of course, we have to reflect on this and take this into account. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sidania. Actually, the questions that really came at the end of this remark will open up what we'll introduce, what will the first four section of the conference. As Sidania said, I noted that the European Court of Justice keep on being called on how to clarify this exemption that is compulsory. Therefore, it must be applied correctly and in a standardized way, because the needs of the European Court of Justice must be transposed in the at the national level, because are part of the regulations of the Union. Now, if Patrice would like to express his opinion on how to and how would like to comment on the that apply the healthcare, as I was anticipating before, he will work on to do it.
Many thanks, Milena, for your question. I'm trying to put again the video, but it doesn't work. I don't. Well, I will do it without the video. Sorry. Many thanks for the question. I think there are different elements in there. What we have taken in the Commission are urgent measures to help during the health crisis. But the problems which Anna and Sidalia both mentioned are more structural problems. And here I would say that the reflection in the Commission is not new on this. We know that these exemptions require clarification, and Sidalia is right in saying that they are quite old and subject to complicated interpretation by the European Court of Justice. Anna is also right to say that they bring with them the disadvantage that the hospitals cannot deduct VAT. We made a study a couple of years ago about VAT in the public sector, because we wanted first to have figures on how much it represents, the so-called hidden VAT that Anna has been referring to. And we wanted to see a little bit what would happen if we were changing the rules completely and do a little bit like what the Australians are doing, or in New Zealand, where you have a scope of VAT which is wider, where you have far less exemptions, and where the public sector, in the case of Netherlands and New Zealand, for example, the health sector, the public sector is subject to VAT almost like any business. And the figures we got was the amount of hidden VAT was around 100 billion euros per year for the public sector. So this represents the amount of VAT paid by the public sector, which means when you are exempt, in fact, it means you have, I agree, you have a higher burden of VAT. And we calculated that if we were applying a full taxation regime at the standard rate, which may be not the most realistic option, we could raise 200 billion euros in the EU. Of course, it's an area where probably it would be more reduced rates which would be used. This is a study which never led to any proposal by the Commission. It's an extremely delicate area. The traditions between the member states are very, very different. The ways member states are organized and the perception around the cultural, the health sector, the educational sector, because here we are not only talking about health, we are also talking about education, about culture, about other public activities, and the problems are similar in these different sectors. And these divergences between member states make such a reform extremely difficult, but at the same time extremely sensitive. There is not a uniform, it's not as if there was a uniform will to move to a certain direction. And Sidalia said it very well, but at the same time, you have a number of private organizations in this area who would like to have a wider application of VAT because it would bring more neutrality. It would help hospitals buying from these private companies. That's true, but there is also a high level of resistance in other areas where this type of reform is not automatically desired. And this explains why until now, it's a reform which has been kept in the fridge, if I may say so. But that being said, the reform of the VAT rate, which we have recently agreed upon, will alleviate to quite a substantial extent the cost of VAT to the public sector, because a zero rate will be able to be applied to a number of pharmaceutical products and medical equipment on which there was a cost, VAT cost factor until now. So it doesn't solve everything. It does not solve the issue of building hospitals, building premises. It doesn't solve the issue of the outsourcing of the the human resources, like Anna mentioned, but the solution to the VAT cost factor of buying a scanner, for example, is in this new directive. So it's a step in the right direction, I would say.
Grazie molte, Patrice.
Thank you very much, Patrice. With these remarks, presentations, and with this response, we wrap up the last session, and now we're approaching the fourth session, the session which will suggest us a possible proposal. Please, the floor, I would like to give the floor to Maurizio Franzini, Professor of Economic Policy, University of Rome, La Sapienza, and his topic will be macroeconomic impact, critical issues and opportunities addressed to. Now, it's a more academic vision that you approach that you are introducing to us of an issue that we have already addressed on more juridical and legal level and maybe operative level, with the testimonies that are coming from the healthcare sector by Fritelli, and also from the companies sector with the remarks of the President Terranova. And therefore, I'll give the floor to Professor Franzini.
We have slides. I don't know whether it's possible. We continuare. I'm academic. Can you hear me? I don't know whether what I'm saying is of interest, but I think it might be appropriate to reflect upon this problem of VAT exemption, its consequences in terms of distortions that can be created in the functioning of the systems, and possible allocation problems between entities involved. With the VAT exemption, 3 entities are involved, or 3 persons. The 3 entities are the state, the government, that will have less revenue, consumers or users who should have an advantage in terms of price, and next we have manufacturers that are exempt from VAT that are witnessing an increase in costs, and therefore probably a reduction of their profit margin. I'm saying probably because a variable aspect is how easy cost increases can be transferred to the price increase. So non-recoverable VAT could give rise to a transfer to prices. This depends on a number of conditions, including service characteristics, institutions, or degree of competition within this sector. The rationale of my presentation is to favor consumers and users through a potential reduction in the costs they have to pay, while covering savings through reduced revenue for the government. The final purpose is to generate a benefit for users, which means a higher cost. There is interference, of course, as you can see. There is an interference from the connection. In general, economists are against intervention aimed at easing the position of players by changing prices or by making interventions changing prices. The preference is for interventions increasing income, meaning if you have too low an income compared to the cost of the essential service, then what I could do is increase your income by subsidies, which will improve your purchasing power. So there is a theorem that revolves on this aspect. And the reason is as follows. If you have reduced costs for something, you would tend to consume more of that product. So the better option would be to provide a better purchasing power, which we will allocate based on your needs. But I will not concentrate on this aspect. I will simply mention that this problem exists that could be relevant for possible solutions. Let's take a manufacturer, an exempt manufacturer that undergoes purchasing costs. He would be damaged in a limited way if it purchases less goods and pays less VAT, and if he is able to transfer his costs to prices. This is quite obvious, but probably at the time of introducing exemption in the healthcare sector, these two conditions are met for institutional context, making the public sector the largest purchaser, and for the low incidence.
Ecco, è arrivato, c'è bisogno di un po'. Allora qui ho fatto un esempio.
Here I made an example to better clarify how things are. Let's just suppose that the exempt VAT is 100. Now you pay 100 for an exempt activity today, while the VAT on purchases of exempted entities was 100. This means that there's a less 100 for in terms of tax revenue. Consumers will save for their expenditure, but the amount of their savings is between 100 and 400. 100 is when you only save the amount of VAT for which you're exempt in that phase, in that stage. And this happens if the manufacturer increases its prices exactly by the amount of the cost of VAT, 300. In this case, this will be, and you will have an advantage for consumers. If there's an opportunity to transfer the cost, there will be a higher benefit for consumers, and it will be manufacturers who will pay the price. This will also impact on what happens in terms of state budget, when the state is also a consumer. So there is a conflict, so to say, between manufacturers' profits and the current state of the state budget. The distribution or the allocation conflict is not merely between consumers and manufacturers and producers, because the more producers can protect their profits, the less income will be earned by the consumers. But when the consumer, when the state is also a consumer, then you will have a self-conflict between the consumer and the producer. And you can also have a paradoxical outcome, which I showed in this slide, The allocation conflict between consumer and producer is clear. The consumer earns VAT if producer transfers everything. It will earn more if the producer will transfer more. So there's a conflict of allocation between the two. Regarding the state, we can use this formula. Benefit for consumer is equal to VAT exemption plus reduction of profit margins for producers. Regarding the role of a state, there could be an advantage for public budget. Public budget is now managed by reduced income, but if savings is in terms of the reduced cost for service is higher than this income, then there's a higher advantage. This happens when the manufacturer undergoes a higher reduction of its profit margins. This is a very interesting aspect. The state initially says that I will be at a disadvantage in favor of consumers. As a matter of fact, this could create a condition that creates an advantage for the state budget itself to an extent that can vary. So the effects on public budget are equal to VAT exemptions minus plus reduction of the price reduction. So we can calculate when this value becomes positive. So what will be the cost to be undergone by producers? Reduced profit margins, after which we can add something which I think has already been discussed. Over and above this allocation aspects are also distortion aspects, namely aspects related to the change in the cost effectiveness of manufacturers. We can change depending on contexts, but these differences exist. It's less cost effective to purchase with VAT. It's more cost effective to try to change production technology and work more on what you can do internally, in-house, so to say, and reduce purchased or outsourced. If you are sourcing technology, you're choosing a more labor-intensive technique with less use of capital. In the extreme cases, you can imagine that this would encourage an attempt to save on costs for VAT. So the attempt to save on cost of VAT will encourage vertical integration. This means that you will in-source activities, or you used to be a purchaser of an outsourcer. Now you become consolidated with your outsourcers and you will gain advantages in terms of saved VAT. This means vertical integration, which interferes normal competition and creates a market situation which is less competitive than what it would have been. This is a pervert effect. So a distorted effect. I apologize in advance for legal inaccuracy I will discuss as an economist. I will simply make a few considerations. After the extension, we have two negative effects: distortion and distribution or conflicts or allocation conflicts. Now, to combat the distortive effects, of course, this slide is not working, which is a lot of distortion. Probably something will happen. Okay, now we have it. Now, to combat distortions, uniform tax rates are needed. Now, to improve the allocation situation, for it to be more favorable, while remaining within uniformity, we need to see what will be the level for a new uniform VAT rate on the full production chain. And a number of considerations should be made in this respect. You can see what is, who stands to gain or to lose, while considering that the context is relevant. The characteristics of the context are very important, and this includes also the role of state as purchaser, as I was saying. We should dwell on details of specific situations, but the general message is there's an indication regarding uniformity which applies to all. But there's also a diversification of results in terms of advantages and advantages of the various players, of the various parties concerned with this type of legal provision. Now, to conclude with, exemption has significant distortive effects and allocation implications. To correct distortive effects, when we should try to find more uniformity. To cope with the distribution implication, we should also consider the differences between sectors, which might be important. An important element to be retained when we talk about these type of adjustments is that sectors that are used not to paying VAT could have adjustment costs. In this case, uniformity would suggest us to set a zero rate, but this needs to be assessed in addition to other options. So I'm simply saying that a non-monetary cost, an organizational cost that could be considered in deciding what would be the level of a rate. Another important thing to do is to perform additional investigations in order to clarify what objectives we want to reach. If we want to give primacy to consumers, then we have a certain option. If we want to give primacy to technological innovation, then we have another option. We cannot find good instruments if we don't have a clear idea of our objectives. This applies to any situation. So an effort is needed to clarify what targets should be pursued through various changes in the VAT treatment in order to proceed towards the right direction. This probably you will criticize that this is not possible to do for a number of reasons. Then I should argue that you are wrong. But my purpose is to state the case, what I feel is the right way forward. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting remarks, which could be the subject of the final debate. I would give the floor, if this is possible, to Mr. Raponi, Donato Raponi, who's the most authoritative expert among those in the panel on this theme. Will provide an overview, a historical background of a current EU regime and possible future evolution of this framework. Based on this is what the Commission is saying, as Mr. Pillet said. We have been discussing all these topics years ago. Also, are considering what issues are still unsolved, and perhaps solutions can be found that could improve the situation. Rightly so, we need to identify final objectives. The objective was of reduction of VAT or exemption was to give primacy to essential services, and I think these objectives are still there. What has completely changed over the last few years, 50 years, I would say, ever since the institution of VAT, creation of VAT, is the way in which products and services are provided. We are not talking about mere costs. We need to find the best possible ways to produce a service, and the best possible way will imply cost reduction, not merely in terms of reduced profits, but also in terms of better efficiency of the overall production chain. I think this must be considered, and in certain respects, Mr. Rapponi could discuss this, address this issue. I am connected. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello there. Good morning. Is my turn right now? Is it my turn? Good evening. Thank you for the kind invitation. I'm talking in the end, so it's very important. It's pretty difficult to be original. What I would like to reiterate is that per se is not objective. It's a tool and as an instrument. So we must see if this instrument for such objectives, healthcare objectives, is a valid tool, instrument. First of all, I would like to reiterate what has been said till now. It means that since 1970, when the sixth directive was adopted, that we didn't enjoy another further legislative development. The only one that we had is the court jurisprudence. The jurisprudence by the Court of Justice gave some indications, enlightenments, but at the same time, some uncertainties for the operators. The history of the exemption is pretty easy. Please, next slide. Because by reading the official documents and also unofficial documents, and especially in the first and second directive, they show that exemptions ban have never been debated at the European level in a negotiation, in particularly as concern different objectives pursued for a specified category. Nothing, you find nothing there, especially the working group EBG is a working group born in 1963. That group defined that measure was a temporary measure, therefore should have been valid for a determined time frame, and for enable some member states, like Italy at that time, to give the given time to extend the application scope of that. Therefore, we do not have any preparations works. So the director, he actually took what had already existed in the single European laws. The German one was actually gave the input And since 1934, was adopted in Germany in 1934, because at that time there was a crisis there. Finally, the sixth directive took the very exemption adopted in 1934. Therefore, a political decision was this one. Everyone was accomplished, everybody was happy with it, everybody enjoyed its own exemptions. They had a cumulative tax and some exemptions for technical reasons that were covering financial and bank fields were there, because it was a difficulty to quantify that and the taxable base. That's why in the tax directive you find this exemption. Next slide, please. It's a historic mistake that was unbelievable, because the mistake lied in the fact that we had a juridical order that was without an expiry date. There were many dispositions which have a deadline. In this case, we do not have any expiry date. So maybe at the beginning was decided that it should be valid for some years, but actually then we do not find any expiration date. Therefore, it's a permanent derogation, exemption. And maybe at the beginning, there was a certain logics behind it of having a tax exemption as the business business, but now the scenario has completely changed. The social and economical conditions have changed. The competition between public and private entities have completely radically changed. There is a less human factor, it's less labor intensive, and therefore in some sectors, as Professor was saying, when we should analyze sector by sector, the exemption is becoming a high cost, increased costs. And so we have to remember that such exemptions were adopted by 6 different countries. At that time, back in 1967, there were 6 countries. Now, in order to change this rule, we have 27 member states. And therefore, I think that it's pretty difficult. Pillay explained very well that different culture organizations and are radically completely different from one country to the other. Therefore, to try to find a unanimity to how to change such a law, it's really almost impossible. Next slide, please. As has been said, we have another explanation that I found in other the European Commission documents, and this was concerning the vertical equity. Means that IVA, that it's a regressive tax, and that cost is higher for low incomes, and the exemption would curbing such an impact. And the second reason that has been hinted at is the outsourcing. And the professor said something else. At that time was said that it's possible that that exemption could make possible to enjoy some services, essential services of the healthcare, and therefore we were supposed to apply such exemption. Next slide, please. As I was saying, I reiterate once again, the social and economic situation has radically changed for different reasons. The undeductibility of that is not deductible, and so part of this tax is part of the revenues of the state, and this is why some member states envisage a reimbursement, and our Swedish colleague said that the reimbursement was not transparent, is not complete, but actually is envisaged, is there. And therefore there is this chance, this possibility. And therefore, from the organizational point of view, the outsourcing and insourcing are important factors, and the investments is concerning the digitalization and in the high care, healthcare sector, because we do know that EVA has a huge impact on it. Next slide. And then we have to once again say that VAT is a neutral tax, therefore shouldn't impact on the economic decisions. This neutrality principle is the main characteristic of VAT itself, and therefore there is an exemption and a derogation to such sacred principle of the neutrality of tax. Therefore, is a clear violation. And as I said, there is no deadline and no chance of reviewing today's law. Except by a proposal from the Commission, and then we have to admit that Commission I tried with Patrice Pillet to have aimed proposals like the ones in the this industry, the postal industry. These proposals have not been accepted by the member states. This means that it's pretty difficult to go on and pursue this path. The Court of Justice, please, next slide, played a pivotal role in the sense that in the directive and some definitions back to 1977 and 1976, the court did play its role. I don't know if it's really a task of the court, but really it did it. So the court studied from the jurisprudence that was there, and by interpreting in a restrictive way these exemptions, and so means that this exemption is a derogation of the principle of neutrality. Then the court was aware of the effects of such exemption, started to broaden this exemption, and it was referring to the neutrality and to the competitiveness conditions, and this of course imply uncertainty for the operators. Is a restricted one or is a broader one, where when it was referring to this principle of neutrality. Therefore, now going case by case is this is not really the perfect world for the operators, but we have to admit that court was not really much helped by the preparatory works on this topic. There was nothing about it, so they have to start from scratch, and this is clear. Next slide, please. This is the future, the perspectives. That the situation is no longer sustainable in some industries, in some sectors like the healthcare. Maybe we have to carry out some further studies. The legislative change seems to be an illusion. Try to find an agreement with the 27 member states on this issue. It's going to be very difficult. As Patrice was saying, we have tried. We have carried out surveys, in-depth surveys in Copenhagen, for example, and we got to the Commission and we proposed the results of our works. In the end, the Commission decided not to submit any proposal, really due to political reasons, and with a behavior that was negative, especially on behalf of Germany. And therefore, in the end, the Commission did not propose anything except for postal services and financial services, which were a complete failure. After 10 years of negotiations, and we do know that bank services are extremely important, the Commission did not find an agreement. Therefore, I do not see how we can change today's law. There are some possibilities, but if I want to change, we need a more generalized tax. He mentioned in New Zealand, because we have to admit that in Europe, we do not tax much. There is a taxation tax index that is, there is an acronym that defines it. It means that everything is taxed on a normal rate would be 100, equal to 100. Now it's 90%, and in Europe is 50%. So tax base, that tax base is not tax on a normal rate. Therefore, there is a restrictive behavior approach to tax that consumption. So we do not tax much. If we do find a reduced rates, zero rates, and so on. And then there is also an option where we can opt in the way Portugal did, but Portugal is in a very favorable position because he was in a adhesion treaty, and he asked to ask for new ideas to tax, and the old member state cannot do and use new way of taxing. Therefore, there is also the possibility of use the so-called VAT group, and therefore make some groups, mixed groups. And the new directive on the rates might be of help in a limited way, because we can also apply zero rate on 5 different products, and therefore it's really limited, but actually would radically change the situation. Then there is also another solution of outside the Sweden is doing, or like UK. Therefore, in that case, there is the cost of that is calculated, and then will be reimbursed to the public bodies. Another opinion that I would say is that endorsed by the Commission as well, is the situation is very different from one country to the other, from organization point of view as well. And therefore, I wonder, could we have a standardization at European level, or simply leave a room, a scope for action to each single state in the healthcare sectors, because we do not know, they are not very high competition among each other. They do not have such a high impact on the internal market. And as you know, the functioning of the internal market is the main objective of the Commission. Therefore, the circulation of goods and so on. And maybe here we could evaluate if we could leave more room for organizing themselves better, to have some extra options. But maybe for sure this would mean more political decisions, as Lei was saying, when the Commission was proposing to leave more room to the member states concerning the VAT rates. The member states were not so enthusiastic about it. They expressed the opinion that they were more focusing on These are more or less the food for thoughts I wanted to introduce to you, but I'm not so optimistic. Changing the directive, I think it's pretty impossible. Find some chances to find new ways, new options within the directive with new mechanisms, as has been done on the finance mechanism. Maybe this could be taken into account. This is actually what I wanted to say, and but in the end, this is not so original what I have said. So I'm not so optimistic about it. I'm sorry for it.
Thank you, Mr. Raponi, for your very interesting presentation. We're hearing that Mrs. Toya, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you. So did you manage to follow the debate? Yes. I'm a very unstable situation. I'm in a bus from Frankfurt to Strasbourg because there was a flight problem, and so I opted for the bus. So it's a noisy environment. I've been following this debate since the beginning from my office. Let's discuss various points, and including the latest topics raised by last presentation. There's a little opportunity for an effective change because if we give more margin to member states, can you hear me? So if we give more margin to member states for autonomy, more autonomy for member states, they refuse autonomy for the later steps of the Commission. If you look for more profound changes, there are difficulties ahead. And there are also failures, such as the postal and insurance services. And the fact that you wrote prospects in the last slide shows that there are no more opportunities in the near future. And then change needs to originate from a commission rather than the parliament. The parliament doesn't have a legislative initiative. Let me make two remarks. The first remark is as follows. ECOFIN's decision in December do not solve problems of hidden VAT. But indeed, they cope with a number of aspects. In the Commission, there is a rapporteur, and there is a level of consultation of Parliament because there's no co-decision regime. It's a decision to be made by ECOFIN, but Parliament will provide its opinion. If you have any remarks, I will pass them on to the rapporteur and open up a few opportunities where possible. Second remark, before mentioning my small proposal, let me make a remark. As you all know, I followed up the activities of the Commission. The conference on the State of the Union opened up a prospect of participation of stakeholders and citizens and associations to see what future are ahead. This future is uncertain, of course. We need to talk about the future of Europe. But one certain aspect is the creation of a healthcare union. Von der Leyen and the Parliament express their views in this respect. This approach means that healthcare matters are essential. And this also includes all exemptions and obligations. This is a national and regional issue, but given the COVID pandemic, we understand that we need desperate action for coordination or legislation in some cases. Better homogenization and coordination at European level. harmonization of a few sectors as well. So I think that the topic could be further addressed by the Commission as part and parcel of this higher presence of the EU in the healthcare sector, which means that we are talking about digital healthcare. So all tools and technological services that are related to this. In terms of V80, we're not talking about simply devices or services. We are talking about complex systems of healthcare technologies involving specific services. So it's not merely a device, it's a set of services and components. And this becomes a focus of Europe with all themes related to digital healthcare. This could be a precise line of intervention and actions within which we can also add this theme, this topic. My suggestion, my proposal was as follows. This decision that was made was irreversible. It was, there is an agency that will manage future crises. This is a project of this, this is a product of the project that we have embarked upon. There's a beta plan for the fight against cancer. This has made on the initiative of the Commission and the Parliament. So a number of tools come under the umbrella of EU for Health. Even in the conference on the future of Europe, this process of participation of citizens or participated democracy involves a number of groups, and there's a group called Europe and Health. I'm part of this group, joined this group within this conference on the future of Europe, and I'm concerned with Europe and health. My suggestion was make your own proposals about these needs. There are two ways to make proposals in this forum. You can either write proposals as citizens or associations, as any party on this platform called Conference for the Future of Europe. It is a platform where all citizens can enter something, make a proposals, and of course this proposal will be considered. So I invite you to do so, to explore this platform. It will be up to each member of the associations to write on this platform and saying that we have a need for the healthcare sector to improve VAT treatment. I will touch upon the issue within my group. In terms of better services, perhaps a more homogeneous type of network with similar services across Europe, strengthening of healthcare systems. Next, there are also panels. There's a panel on citizens' healthcare that has been selected. They were selected by based on an algorithm in order to represent a part of populations, and proposals were received. Proposals and recommendations. Proceedings are being completed. Among proposals on health and environment, I found nothing on this theme because there again, recommendations from citizens will be examined. You need to say yes or no, and if yes, what will be done? Of course, this doesn't solve your needs, but at least it is a way of saying whether, if there is no margin to solve this problem homogeneously in all member states, let's see how to keep this topic alive and draw the interested parties' attention in order to have time for harmonizing aspects related to healthcare sector. The Parliament cannot provide concrete solutions in this respect. as it doesn't have a legislative initiative, but every time the problem is raised, I will take advantage of that situation and act. I listen to the representative of the Commission with interest, and I'm available to continue this dialogue with you. Thank you, Patrizia, for your remarks. I'm speaking in this unstable circumstance, but traveling is complex within the EU. Thank you for your remarks, which are indeed useful. We will consider this proposal with interest. Although the Parliament doesn't have a relevant role in this respect, and indeed it can raise a few questions. Mrs. Fritelli was clear in emphasizing that managing the healthcare sector today, there are these needs related to a better flexibility of using technology. This transparency is not transparency in abstract terms. It has also transparency in terms of contracts. The VAT is obsolete even in its division between transfer of products and provision of services. We are concentrating more on the provision of services. So given the limited resources, we need to concentrate on these aspects. The system needs to be neutral regarding their purchases in various legal forms. The other aspect worth considering is that Europe introduced compulsory exemption as a benefit. This is no longer so today. So it's Europe that needs to take upon itself the task to tell member states that they compulsorily need to implement zero rate or a reduced VAT applied to technology and the freedom of management in the healthcare sector, which sector, as you all know, was addressed by von der Leyen as an important sector, was termed a key sector. There's a widespread desire in Europe to increase its role. And the only tax that is applied is going against development of this resource, this socially important resource, this healthcare sector. I understand the difficulties that still need to be solved, but thinking about the future of Europe, where Europe focuses more on citizens, it is really important to do something to solve problems of a sector that needs to be better managed. Better management means savings in terms of costs. Costs can be judged as excessive given the lack of transparency which affects this situation of legal difficulties. Patrizia Toia, what can we do? I think might be interesting to receive suggestions from Italians. So the Italian group could provide food for thought, a proposal to be made to the European Parliament given the next shift of this topic of rates. At national level, we could also say that pending an intervention by Europe for compulsory exemption, perhaps we can have a zero or reduce VAT on purchases in order to make the healthcare sector more efficient. In the meantime, member states could find some relief given difficulties affecting Europe. I don't want to draw conclusions. Perhaps there should be final debate. But a point that seems important to be stressed in today's seminar is to establish a dialogue between the healthcare sector and managers and the tax authority. We've been debating this about this problem for many years, but this dialogue is difficult. Or you can simply say there's nothing to be done. Of course, nothing would be done if there's lack of dialogue. As the previous speaker said, sectors need to talk about problems that are specific to the sector. There are two extra topics that are addressed by Elisabetta Biondi. The research sector, university sector. Well, let's consider that the exemption problem also involves education, the education sector. It is less technological and healthcare. But mark my word, in the academic sector too, there are irrational situations that are incredible. When we talk about B2B and B2C, when we organize courses provided to persons that are taxable or non-taxable, there are different treatments. And you need to organize very difficult ways of managing this. So the research sector too is affected by a problem that needs to be coped with. I thank Patrizia Torno. The idea was to have a final debate. I don't know whether we can discuss this between ourselves. Those who are at the panel and those who are connected can take the floor based on the previous presentations and the last presentation as well. The remarks made by Patrice Billet and the final part, of course. Giovanni, I want to take the floor to make some final remarks. Firstly, what emerged from the debate we have had so far and the presentations, the most important issue is that healthcare services are influenced by costs. Costs created by technology within the healthcare sector. These are important costs without any intervention. The other element that needs further discussion is that facing a harmonized tax that requires unanimous decisions for its reform, differences between member states create problems, but perhaps we can actually achieve a reform. As Joris, an expert in V80 at legal level, I've been considering this issue. True, the healthcare sector is specialized. The impression is that differences are not so marked as you tend to believe. We know that member states have their own legal systems, experiences, backgrounds. I was struck by the remarks made by Mrs. Nielsen. Their problems don't differ from those described in Italy, in the Italian experiences. If you talk about the legal system of each member state, of course, there are issues that are difficult to be solved, but upstream, we desperately need an evaluation, not merely confined to the healthcare or insurance or banking sectors, or to the academic world. The whole package of exemptions need to be considered to see the extent to which they changed as opposed to the time when exemptions were first introduced and never changed since then. Given the various pronouncements by the European Court of Justice on various cases and reference for preliminary rulings for the introduction of compulsory legislation, we actually see that this compulsory legislation needs to be considered by or led by heart. But the world has changed, and therefore the European Court of Justice, as I was saying at the beginning of my presentation, which is contributing to integration, is still trying to fight hard to adjust a legal system that is no longer adequate. Mr. Ramponi's remark shows Mr. Ramponi's experience at Commission level and changes in the V80 system. So his invitation to assess what the directive already allows, because reform will not bring about total success. I understand this is a pragmatic view to be considered, but at the same time, I know that I feel that VAT needs to adapt to a system that has largely changed as opposed to its introduction, because the VAT was introduced when there were borders between member states and transparency was needed in trade. Now, there are no longer these borders, and the intra-community system has created problems, because we know that today the final regime is being adapted. Of course, we should not give up the idea of reform that could adapt VAT to the current situation. I will simply add to what Milena said, that surely we are all aware of the difficulties that need to be coped with in the European Union, given the rule of unanimity. However, the outcome of the seminar, as far as I'm concerned, my second session plus remarks by Professor Franzini demonstrated that a taxation system that was thought of as a benefit for a key sector, as a matter of fact, has become cosmetic, because, and this is serious, because as demonstrated by Mr. Terranova, the ordinary VAT rate is uniform from this point of view. It's uniformly applied to all goods and services within the healthcare sector that are related to technology. If we really want to support the development of the healthcare sector within the European Union, for 2 years now, the European Union has insisted on the fact that the healthcare sector had to be managed in a joint way as a priority. If that's the idea, we should be consistent and start to discuss about this. Despite all difficulties, at least we could have a more realistic interpretation in light of the reform that will presumably be adopted. This will be just a start, but a good start indeed. From the audience, perhaps there are some remarks. I don't know. Can I? Do if there's yes. Yes. I'll now give the floor to Professor Franklin. In the meantime, if somebody from the audience want to connect and say that and take the floor.
La prima che rimango sempre abbastanza sconvolto di fronte al fatto che ogni volta c'è qualcosa da cambiare.
Every time there's something to change at European level, the first thing to say is that it cannot be done. So we have rules on the functionings that are really amazing. We, as economists, consider tax rules, how to cope with the huge debt that has piled up with rules. And every time you imagine a solution, there's a problem of changing treaties, and treaties cannot be changed. So we are trapped in a number of rigidity aspects. Even the healthcare system has changed. So we have a rigid system, and we are really in trouble. This means reflection on the part of the establishment. We need to avoid to promote the idea that we cannot change the situation. Can I add something? Donato Rapponi wants to take the floor. Mr. Bianchi, perhaps you will remember the Milan conference in 2010. Nothing has changed since then. Commission tried to make changes. We performed economic service that cost us 2 million. So in the end, even at the European Commission's level, a proposal for a directive was accepted. So we should ask politicians to accept the approval of tax laws, no longer on a unanimity, but on a majority basis. There are two issues that are excluded from majority. One is tax system, and then tax reforms and social contributions. We need unanimity. This is a political approach. Mine was a realistic approach. I have a 40-year experience in the Commission. I negotiated for 10 years on financial services to remove this exemption. After 10 years of negotiations, 60 meetings in the Council, the Commission decided to leave this problem aside. Postal services, you are an economist, postal services are competing with private companies, and the Commission presented proposals targeted to postal services. Yet we found no unanimity at the Council regarding tax rates. If the Commission had been followed up, the first proposal of the Commission was to leave member states free to decide, as VAT system is not the one it used to be at the origin, so there are no longer competition distortions. Member states were not willing to accept this change. And the reason why we found a compromise and left margin to member states. So what was not the original target of the Commission, because I initiated the discussion saying, as a VAT system is no longer origin destination, we can leave member states free to fix a rate. In any case, at destination, goods will be taxed. In any case, the member states were not willing to accept this. And the reason why, I understand the reasons behind, conditions have changed because those exemptions were decided in 1963. Now, the problem is a political one for the adoption of directives in the taxation system at EU level. True, the system no longer functions. That's a political problem, needs to be coped with. SPA could say this, the Commission could make a proposal, but I think that at Council level will be no further development. I think that Milena and Professor Biondi, who was at the Council meeting, are well aware. Now, we can have ideas, innovative ideas, and saying the situation is unacceptable. Okay, how can we overcome? We either look for a solution within the current legislation with reduced VATs, that VAT rates. There's also the VAT group, or imagining a legislative solution, well, in the medium term, is not feasible. It's not feasible from my point of view, personal point of view. I don't think the Commission will come out with a proposal for a directive. It was supposed to do so for financial services as the previous one. It was withdrawn after 25 years. The Commission was supposed to submit a proposal this year, and this has been postponed. Now we need to find a way out. For me, the VAT system has been overcome because the VAT system was introduced in the 1960s because there was no opportunity to check deduction. So deduction was the only way for the tax authorities to control. And now, with the current instruments, I think that the VAT system has been overcome. Everything needs to be changed, but this is a fundamental aspect, and the solution is that one. But I don't expect a legislative initiative from the Commission. Perhaps they could ask member states to change the rule of unanimity. And let's see what the answer will be. Thank you, Mr. Rapponi. I can pay witness to the fact that the Commission suggested the idea of hidden VAT on that document on the Postal Service. I was talking about technological and fiscal drag, because this brings me back to the fiscal drag related to taxation, and this was part of my university lectures in the past. Clearly, the problem needs to be solved. At the same time, I think that we should also consider the future of Europe. Mr. Rapponi, it's impressive to consider the response from the banking system to the consultation that was carried out. They are still requesting for exemption and implementation of the VAT, the arrangement, and this forms part and parcel of the issues raised by the professor. Competition from. We could make a proposal and develop what the current, what was done so far. I don't want to have an easier situation in the co-shared arrangement with VAT retained for technological purchases, cost-sharing entity. While if we add a zero rate or a very reduced rate, whatever the provider of the service is, if it has an exempt regime, then you can use the legislation of Directive 132 letter F, where Article 132 of the directive. We can use this, and this could be in line with the philosophy of healthy competition, which doesn't happen with the co-sharing arrangement. The case law has limited this to sectors of general interest that are within the scope of Article 132 and not 135. So when we have banks and insurance that will something similar, we need to reply saying you need to obtain something more than code sharing arrangement. Services need to be provided by providers that are able to do so whether with exemption or without. If they are exempt, they will not pay for VAT. If they are not exempt, they will pay for reduced VAT, which doesn't go against competition. I think that if we dig deep in so concrete things, then we can try and do something positive and good. And I think it is important to talk about these issues. Otherwise, we run the risk that was raised before. There is no alternative. Perhaps debating about these issues could be useful. And we discover that there are alternatives. Of course, the alternatives must be there. If we talk about the common good of European citizens, like Don Luigi also said, we should not think about private interests of groups who are there because they are part of the elite. I think this is one of the issues that's worth discussing. Of course, this is also a reason why things are so complex to be discussed. This initiative could be useful and bring something concrete.
I thank you, Patrice Pillet, because when he wrote me a letter, he was completely right. It is true that the Commission achieved much, but the problem is clear, it's blatant. It's a mechanism that must be revitalized. Now the world would like to give the floor to Professor Pillet. Mr. Pillet.
Many thanks, Mr. Bianchi, for giving me the floor. I wanted to make a couple of remarks on the basis of what has been said at the end of this discussion. Just to illustrate, well, of course, the Commission is fully aware of the problems you have raised, and I think that has already been discussed in detail. But I'd like to give you two examples of cases where we faced strong resistance on a reform in this area. The first example was at the time we made the study from Copenhagen Economics a couple of years ago. We also made a public consultation on the reform of VAT in the public sector. And I remember at that time that there was already quite a lot of resistance in certain member states and certain sectors in changing the rules. The second example is much more recent. It is the negotiations on the buy and donate proposal, which took place in the middle of last year, where the discussion was on zero rating, a number of inputs for the health sector when bought by the Commission in view of being donated to member states. And at that time, during the negotiation, we were faced with very strong divergences in the position between the member states. Some wanted absolutely no zero rate at all, unless focused on very short-term COVID measures, while others wanted to have very wide exemption covering not only acquisitions by the Commission, but also acquisition by the member states. I'm not saying here that anything is impossible, but I'm just explaining the obstacles and the resistance. And of course, this is linked, yes, to the principle of unanimity. You're probably aware we made a communication not such a long time ago on qualified majority voting in the tax area, where one of the things we suggested was to move to qualified majority voting by 2025, and unfortunately the reaction in Council has been extremely reserved, many member states being against. So that is something which makes, of course, a decision-making process more difficult. So in terms of the future, where does it leave us? Well, I would say two things. At a national level, I agree there are already a number of tools which are available, and I think probably the one which is the most attractive is the one of the compensation mechanisms that member states can put in place to reimburse the VAT, which is paid by the public sector. It is something we have in a number of member states, which is complicated, it is true, but it works in a number of countries, and it allows a higher neutrality, tax neutrality in the sector. That's one option. Then for the rest, I'd like to maybe to react on something which Mrs. Toya said, which is extremely relevant. She mentioned the European Health Union. She mentioned, I think she made a reference to the HERA, the Future Agency, the Health Emergency Response Authority. I think this is probably one area where in the future we hope that some progress could be done in this field. We already indicated when the Buy and Donate Directive was adopted that there was no reason why a future European Health Authority could not benefit from such a wide exemption beyond COVID. So yeah, that's in a nutshell. That's the assessment I would make. Thank you.
Bene, direi che siamo anche sostanzialmente.
We are really on time. We are on 18:49. I really do thank all of you, all the participants who is in present and or remotely connected. I think that the presentations were extremely interesting, and everybody has participated until the end. Now we will consider what we can do, taking good food for thoughts and what we had till now, and to do well, to achieve a commonwealth for the whole European citizens. I thank you all, in particular the Istituto Sturzo, and we will adjourn. Thank you very much. Everybody's clapping. Interpreters, thank you all. Thank you.